I had to do something else here real quick. Let's turn the speed down to so I can get all this scrolling intro in time. So I like the half-speed version of this music. This is an old story from the stone and copper ages, where there lived men and devils. And as the coming-of-age ceremony approached, Prince Maya grew nervous, for the day would be a memorable time in which he would succeed to the throne of the Kingdom of Wilna. In his worrying about the kingdom of the future, he took himself over by the lake near the castle to think. Suddenly, reflecting in the moonlight, a shadow arose from the lake. As the prince stared at it, it gradually changed into a man. Prince Maya, light of virtue. Man's voice rose out. It is time for you to light up the darkness. Rubas, horrid devil of darkness, is planning to extend his power over your kingdom. He is viciously scheming to build a castle on the northern mountain to ring magic bells, to lure monsters out at your defenses, and to invade the kingdom in a single stroke. If you wish to be forever at peace in the kingdom of Wilna, you must journey to the northern mountains and burn down the 7 bell towers in the Devil's Castle with the sacred flame. Prince Maya, only you can accomplish this feat. Go to the mountain, burn down the 7 towers, defend the kingdom against the devil. With that, the shadow grew mistier, lost its shape, and finally disappeared, leaving the beautiful lake as though untouched. Could it be an oracle? Prince Maya murmured. He fell deep into thought for a moment, but immediately regained his senses. He had remembered the legend of Khan. Legend said that at the time when God's image appears from the lake, a great power will be given to a young man to defeat the devil of darkness and restore peace to the kingdom. Hurrying back to the castle, the prince told the king of the strange event. The king, believing in the truth of the matter, excitedly ordered Prince Maya to destroy Rubas and all his dark ways. Like the half-speed version of that song is a lot more. It's a lot more. Deadly Towers, y'all. I gotta get my health up first. There we go. There we go. Oh! Take whatever coins I can get out of this. Oh! There we go. How are you doing, Final Girl? There we go. Come on. Ah, very cool. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I can go up through here. Grab a heart. To 110 health max. Yeah, I feel alright. There we go. Come on. Okay. Then down here. Back up through here. Come on. There we go. There we go. I had to just catch myself on the sort of the corner there. Nope. Hey, Bony Skeleton. Ooh, yeah. I didn't mean to necessarily go into this one, but that's okay. Yeah, I first beat this game about 10 years ago. A little more than 10 years ago. But I wasn't streaming at the time, so I want to actually make it official. Flames, flames. We're fine, we're fine. Didn't even know what a Twitch was then. Yeah. There we go, there we go. There's some stuff. There we go. Yeah. Ah, generated. It's fine. Like I said, I didn't mean to go into that dungeon anyway, so... The 1cc run is over. But the 34cc is still alive, so... Ah. Flipped. There we go. There we go. I would rather not take some in-deaths just so I can save up money here. There we go. There we go. Get right up in his face. Oh. Now we need to come back up through this middle door again. Oh, jeez. Maybe I want to get some health. So when you're kind of going up the road to the towers themselves, all of these castle lairs have a different dungeon on them. So I'm trying to get to the one back here. Oh, hey. You know what? Not a bad idea to get more permanent health, or more max health capacity. Jeez. Almost got knocked off the ledge. Oh. There we go. One more shot. Nope. Nope. There we go. What have I got? 120 looter. Okay. Where? You know what? There we go. Nope. So I want to be over here. And immediately get taken out by a snake. That's fine. There we are. Nope. Let's get 2 more health tanks. Nice, nice. All right. 170. No! There we go, I just had to step to the other side of the room. Right, where? Not there. This is how it's gonna be done. Yes. Yes. There we go. There we go. I just need to get my health to just about max. Or, yeah. 135, so I need about 100 more. Maybe more than that. Let it go too high. It's fine. What do we got? 156. For it. I missed it. $187. I should probably get something out of here. Oh, quick. So I got snake room, and then I got the other founder room here. Just trying to figure out where I'm at. Flame room. Yeah. I like it. It took a long time for me to actually sort out how to actually work through it properly, but I figured it out like around 10 years ago. But I haven't really played it since then, so... There we go. Is this the shop? Well, this isn't, it's the shield and the... Gosh. Is this again? There we go. Ah. It's fine. It's fine. Just ignore that for now. Oh, jeez. David Alexander, how's it going? How are you doing here, Mom? Nope, 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 nope. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it happens. I get fatigued a lot all the time, so especially these days. But yeah, once I'm expecting this to only take half of my stream, so once I'm done with this, I'm probably gonna do some Shining the Darkness grinding. Maybe. I always say, we'll see. We'll see. I'll either be on this or I'll be on to Shining the Darkness. It's pretty interesting. It's before both of... Well, it's before... Well, no, actually, it's not before both of them. It's kind of from around the same time of both of them, though. Like, I think this was December of '86, which was about 3 months after Zelda 1, and... Yeah, it was like 3 months after Zelda 1, or 3 or 4 months after Zelda 1, and like 5 months after Dragon Quest. It's really fascinating. Yeah, definitely. Like, it might not express things in a clear manner like a lot of, you know, more contemporary games did. Or even games that were like, you know, 5 years, you know, 4 or 5 years into the NES's life cycle, but that they would, you know, go for this much as far as game design goes. It's honestly pretty cool. Yeah. Generated. Well, I should have got a shield out of that, though. At least I have my shield and my... Yeah, I've got my shield and my 170, so... Just gotta build up again. Yeah, anything that you're permanently equipped with, or any permanent items you hold on to. And your health cap. As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to push myself up to 200 health already. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Or 200 max. This game would be, I think, probably be even neater if it was kind of expressed in as like with more roguelike terms. I don't know if Rogue or Larn or anything like that was kind of in Lennar's radar when they made this game at the time. I mean, I think they were more chasing after, you know, their immediate competition with Hydlide and Dragon Slayer, things like that, instead of, you know, American influences. But that didn't work out. Yeah, oh yeah, it's better than Hydlide. Although Hydlide is interesting in some ways as well, with how much it tries for its age, because that was 1984 originally. And that was super early in the life cycle of, you know, real-time RPGs with, you know, very visible statistics and, you know, equipment and so on and so on. And so it was super adventurous for what it was. Oh no, the Ys was 87. Yeah, Ys and Sorcerian were 87. But Hydlide even... Gosh, I said it's 84, but it might even be 83. Like, there were only a few games that were really operating in that space. Obviously Dragon Slayer, which was, I think, also 84. And then the Black Onyx was, I believe, end of 83 as well. Whoa, jeez. I did not get into a good place there and just kind of got shuffled around. Alright, we're fine though, we're fine.
kind of where I want to be health-wise at the moment. As far as health caps go. Yeah, Xanadu, Zelyard was 87, I believe, as well. Like, you do a little bit of poking here to see. Headlight was 1984. Xanadu was, I think, 85, because that was a sequel to Dragon Slayer. And then Zelyard was later on. I think it was 87. Yeah. Yeah, it was December of 87. Pretty much the same week as the same day as Sorcerian. Yeah, starring Olivia Newton-John. Fractal Mind Mike, the G-Funk, and Dr. CDC's. And whoever else played Zelyard. Yogeresque. It's like Zelyard has some really cool things going on, but it's also got some really unfair things going on as far as design goes. I don't know. I don't know. He has to wear the helmet. He has to wear the power armor helmet when he's in Xanadu. With Olivia Newton-John. Oh yeah, and McCall played it as well. The power armor is in fact Xanadu, that's right. Okay, so I've collected all the pieces that I can from that. Oh no, he had the Fallout power armor stuck on his head. The Fallout power armor helmet stuck on his head. Or yeah. There's a... Well, the thing is that every shop is different. Most of the shops are going to be in the dungeon or in the towers. There's one that's kind of off to the right side on the... There's kind of one that's off to the right side on the lower layer. But it doesn't have what I want right now. Yeah, I could. I can't get the helmet. In fact, that might be a good idea. Just for better defense. I think I have to get like 90 blutter. Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what that's all about. At least in terms of why it's used in Deadly Towers, but here's where that other shop is. What have I got? 91? Maybe I have enough for... Yes, I do. There we go. Rip. Oh well. Massive defense against falling off a cliff. Well, we're fine. We're fine. Hey, you know what? You know what? I only had 11 letter when I got pushed into the hole. So we just made a profit from that death. There we go. All right. Have a good nap, your mom. Got him. Okay. You know what? We're gonna do a bit of rudimentary map making on the digital scale. I would have set up my map making overlay for this, but I didn't really wanna. Yeah. Let's get the... I could still... if I wanted to. Or I can just load up Dungeon Map Doodler. Hold on. Let's see here. Can I set this to... just a second. Now. To erase all this. There we go. Okay. So the first room we have is hold on. I think I might have went into the wrong one. That's okay. Oh, hold on. Hold on. That's quite all right. Enough messing around. There we go. Maybe I just need to do this. Whoa, hello. Let's just build up this way. Nice. What I got? 123. Let's get about... Whoa! Hello. Let's get 200 something. Ah. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. Very good. A little bit more money. 6. More money. 23. What do we got? 234 so far? Hmm. 47. Nope. $32. Hyper boots. Fast. I can go back and grind some more. Okay. It's okay. $89. Ooh. Let's just do the old traditional way that I was doing it before. Spike up my health. I got 155. Do I want to scroll yet? I don't know. Well, there's the helmet and the shield, but I've already got those. Let me think. Yeah, it's a fascinating game. It does weird stuff. But oh jeez. Well, that's okay. That's okay. We have everything that we need. Item-wise, we do at least. Yeah, hyper boots, fence, we're good. But yeah, it's I mean, it's got a lot. It's basically one of those that's got a lot of sort of mystery to it. But yeah. Exactly. The speed. A whole. Wait, hold on. Well, I mean, I can turn faster at least. There's that. I got that going for me. But now I don't really need to mess too much with the actual dungeons anymore. I don't think. At least these lower dungeons, I don't. There we go. Yeah. Sometimes it's just better to move out of the way when those things are coming. There we go. Oh, no. There we go. No, you don't. Not this time. There we go. Nope. Okay. Now. Oh, hi. It's one letter. If I didn't have 200 health, there would have been more heart pieces up this way, I think, wouldn't there? If I didn't have 200 health max, rather. Nope. Alright. Wait. This way. Oh, do not shoot. Alright, alright. There we go. Got him. What? Oh, you generated right on top of me. Ah. Oh well. There we go. What? No. There we go. There we go. Also, how are you doing, Hellgraph Dragon? You've been doing well. Oh, right above me and just... That was me. That was all of me because I just walked right up into it. And didn't adjust properly. Yeah, that was all me. Misstepping on that one. There we go. Oh, I have to wait for it to pop out completely before I walk forward. There we go. 44 health. Ooh. Stay safe. Stay safer. That was risky. There we go. No problem. problem. Yet. Ah! 35. Didn't mean to do that one. But I could work to my advantage. No, no, no! It's fine, it's fine. Yeah. It's like, when I was a kid and I played it, I rented it from, this is like one of my first rentals. So I had trouble figuring it out, but I was always like, there's gotta be something else to this. There's gotta be more to this that I'm missing. And I was like, I was like, I don't know, that's when I kind of started, I started making maps, and I didn't quite sort out everything in time, but it was one that I always wanted to come back to, and I finally did back about 10 years ago. But yeah, this was the first game that This is the first game that I think I made maps for, because with Zelda, I pretty much had a, I pretty much had the Nintendo Power with Zelda 1 stuff in it already, so... And there wasn't anything like that for this one. So... Yeah, it's an interesting, weird game. And I mean, it tries to communicate certain aspects of itself that were maybe not able to be communicated properly on console at the time. If that makes any sense. Especially with pathfinding and item management and equipment. Like I said, I think if this game was remade 10 years later, it would be like a roguelike of some sort. Or even if it was remade like 5 or 6 years later, it'd have some more pronounced rogue influences going on, because I don't think that was even on their radar when they first made this game. There we go. little more red drink. Little more red drink. And I can't buy 2 items at once. And go. What? What about another one of these? No. Didn't get my bearings for a couple of rooms. There we go. Nope. Boo, 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 boo. Jeez. It's okay. Yeah, we're gonna just... proceed, I guess, like this. I just have to be careful not to slip into dungeons. They all have very specific entrances and exits for those dungeons that are out there, so... There we go. Like up this way is kind of a... like if I was to wander straight up on the screen from where I came in on this particular plane, I would wander right into a dungeon. No, this is Deadly Towers. How are you doing, Twitchy Hamster? Nightman Guy, Nightman Guy 10. Jeez. Always. Let's stay away from the edge on that one. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Now I can go all the way this way. No! Dang it. Okay, now. What was my money at now? Okay. I go over to this side, because if I go over to the other side, then I slip into another dungeon. There we go. Then... and this way. There we go. I just have to make sure I clear all these fireballs out before I cross north of that unstable platform, or the unstable edge there. I could go. We're gonna go into dungeon 9. What's this one? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Bought another short sword. Hey, Sikagura. How do you show emotes? What do you mean? I mean, there should just be a face on your like a face on your chat box there, all the way over to the right, like a smiley face. Should be a thing for bits and a thing for cheers and a thing for smiley face. Yeah, I just refreshed it. It still shows up for me. So, let me see. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what your situation is over there. I didn't get the heart. That's okay. We've got to find a way to generate some money. Not there. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. And maybe that's something you installed? Did you install their plugin or something? And it may have taken over the whole thing? So I don't know. Like, I've got... And the only thing on that, unless you... I don't know. The only thing on that is, I don't know. I don't know. Weird. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what your situation is. I mean, I've got, on my browser, I've got, FFZ installed. And so I can, and there's plugins to access everything through that, but I don't know how the actual 7 plugin works, because I'm not really using it. Oh, well. Bearings here. What's this? More hyper boots, another thing there. Another potion. Yeah, because I know sometimes if you install certain, you know, because I know Better Twitch TV has their own dedicated emote thing, and FFC just integrates right into the normal Twitch emotes. But I don't know how anything else would work. Jeez, jeez, jeez. Oh, come on. Well, that's on me. That is on me. You know, I just had this thing of coffee just sitting here, and I haven't drank any of it. I'm making a mess. Complete mess. So, we're good. Yeah, yeah. Come on. There we go. There we go. Alright. Oh, get... Holy... I got caught on the... I got caught on the pole! That's what I get for... everything. There we go. All right. Nice. That's how I should have done it. Now. We got this. We got this. Jeez, no, we don't got this. We don't got this. Yeah. We got this. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, it can throw some silly stuff at you sometimes. Yeah, I'd like to. There we go. There we go. Dragon. Bye. There we go. Good. I didn't expect that bat to be there either. Just warp down. Like the flame alone I could have handled. Jeez. Don't you dare. I'm glad I wasn't on the ledge. There. There we go. Right. Walk over. Get out of the way of that exit, or that entrance. Got him. Another. Another one where I gotta watch myself. Try not gonna lure the gremlin that comes out. Oh, there we go. There we go. Got him, I think. Hope I got him. If I can get this third sprite, or this second sprite, I don't have much to worry about for the rest of this. Until I get to the, dungeon. I think. No? There we go. One whole bit. There we go. Okay, so now I could go over here. There we go, there we go. So I'm gonna use this room to kind of, generate health. And also to make money. Not even messing with those guys down there. What's my money looking like? We're healing up. And also maxing out our wallet. Hold on. Alright. Sorry, I had a pop-up that I had to stop from bugging me. Alright. Hold on. Okay. Know where I am now. Oh! Alright, not there. Ooh. Ooh. Hold on. No, no, not there. Stop it. Armor. There we go. No. Alright, now. Gloves? And a necklace. Hoo-hoo-hoo! 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 Ow. I can throw faster now. Or my sword goes faster. Like, it's visibly twice as fast as it was. Like, that's not a slow sword at all. Okay. I go back down again. Down again this way. This way. Think. Also, these flames do a lot less damage to me now, so... Oh. Hello. Hello. Yeah, we're good. Good. All right. Now, we're actually doing tower things. Actual tower climbing. The actual towers from the Deadly Towers. Okay, so let's get to it. Where was this, what are we looking at here? Make sure I'm in the right place. Oh, no! Oh, I can't throw my sword on the ladder here. Yes! Good music. Jeez, these bats. Heart circle. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, the bats are just no joke at all. Hello? Parallel zone! Holy... Yeah, that happened. Anyway. Got wrecked, but, you know what? We made it into a tower. So all I gotta do is do it again. And again, and again, and again, and again. Man, the glove is just making all the difference here. At least in this early part. Ooh! Ooh! no, hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I messed up. Alright. I accidentally overwrote my password, so I had to rewind. Maybe I should be save scumming at the beginning of every one. I haven't been, but maybe I should. I'm not starting this game over, not with all the progress I've made already. Worst comes to worst, I could have always gone back on my VOD and tracked back five minutes or whatever in the VOD to get my password put in right. Blah. But I'm trying to do this with as few tools as possible, at least as far as the emulation, as far as software goes. What? Yeah, there we go. I am... There we go. There we go. know why, but it sounded like I was not... I'm waiting for the sprites to show up here. And the... Good. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, so those sprites don't even do any damage to me anymore. They just knock me around some. Alright, just go right into the tower. Don't even worry about the, Don't even worry about the dungeon thing. So I got everything I wanted out of that. Good. Chubo! Sneakernets, how are you doing? Chubo, thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. How are you doing? How was the rest of your stream?
Chubba rated the stream with 127 viewers.
Oh my. Yes, it is. Almacia, how are you? You saved the planet somehow. Boot blacking. How's it going? Oh my.
Esports, hey.
Something about Atlantis. You saved the planet. Was Mint's Warehouse involved with that too? Not gonna lie. I might have to look into getting, You Miss Ziggy too. Oh. That's right. We're playing Worm. I need to play Worm at some point. Kissed his dead body after his brain was removed. Oh. Man. Rest in peace, Ziggy. Ugh. Jeez. Well, for new folks, I'm Rat Clown Car. I do RPGs of all sorts, and tonight I'm doing Deadly Towers. Yeah, and I've made it to a tower where the music is markedly better from the first area. Anyway, Parallel Zone. Oh my! Hello, new follower. And I just got swarmed. Wow. And for some reason my alert cut out, but thank you. Since last week I've started turning on anonymous follows, because sometimes I don't have the energy to, or wherewithal to participate immediately in a chat when I follow, and I'm grateful to folks that let me just kind of drop in and lurk, so yeah. Irem and Lennar made this in 1986. But yeah, thank you for the follow. But yeah, this is 1986. This was like 4 months after The Legend of Zelda, about 5 months after Dragon Quest. Kind of taking a little bit after, more after like Xanadu and Dragon Slayer, and also Hide Lied. Christy, hello, welcome to the channel. And I've always been into some of the weird cryptic designs of this game. This is actually this is not my first time playing this one. And not my first attempt at trying to beat it either, because I actually beat this back in 2012 the first time. And kind of a lot of stuff about it kind of got demystified. To me, at least. But, yeah. Everybody's doing well tonight. Like I said, I do a lot of different kinds of RPGs. This week, I've been playing, Titan Quest on Tuesdays, Ask Lieber Revision, which is another Japanese PC style game that's much newer, actually, and that's been fun and weird and extremely disturbing. Thursdays I've been playing Arc the Lad, and last night I spent more or less 6.5 hours of a stream in the arena, doing one-on-one fights and grinding out levels. And that was a lot of fun. And then on Saturdays, I've been playing Shining in the Darkness, which I've been using Grid Cartographer with for the first time. That's been a lot of fun. Yeah. Yeah, I try. Like I said, I used to be able to make grid paper maps, but I don't have the setup for that, and I don't have the hand strength for it anymore as far as drawing. Yeah, I need to play. I still need to play Arc the Lad 2. The thing is that I had that box set when it came out, and I never got a chance to crack those games open. I had to get rid of it to move it in a new place at the time that I sold it. So yeah, I mean this is pretty much the story of all my video game collectibles. It's like get stuff, go into debt, get stuff, have to move, get stuff, have medical bills. Yeah, no, yeah. I've seen that. But, yeah. It's life, unfortunately. But, yeah. Here we go. There we go. I think I should probably build up my health back in Dungeon 9 before I pursue that tower again. And maybe even pick up a scroll. And a potion. So I'm gonna do that instead of going straight to the... Oh, jeez! Okay, good. You would like to one day learn how to play Fer et Flamme? Or Fer et Flamme? Ah. Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to see what the difference is in the original with early Ubisoft stuff and early French gaming in general. Thank you for the follow. Again, I have anonymous follows on, mainly to be lurk friendly. But yeah, and if you feel like just chilling out or whatever, go ahead and chill out. But yeah, thank you again. But yeah, early French computing games and stuff like that. There's some stuff I'd love to see, like original. Thank you for the follow. And there it goes again. The alerts decide how long they want to stay up. The stream element's dying? I don't know. But yeah. But yeah, with the like, I want to see the original like French script for like Bureau of Astral Troubleshooters and see how accurate that was, because that game has always fascinated me as far as early Ubisoft. But the mechanics are so weird, and it's like you're kind of on this timer, and like you're if you run it in DOSBox with your clock speed turned up too high, it'll kill you with the time limit. And but yeah, it's that's a weird game right there. But I love the designs in it. Alright, I said I was gonna go to the dungeon, and I'm going to the dungeon. Here we go. Alright, Bounder. Bounder Tower. Oh, jeez. Root here, be safe. If you need to log off, you know, to take shelter, you know, tornadoes are no joke. We're having like really bad storms around here right now, so yeah. Don't put yourself at any risk, in any unnecessary risk, because yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh no. Well, it's like they don't come up as often in my part of the country as they do in, say, like the Midwest Plains, but like they do happen in sort of the Mississippi Delta area. It's a serious concern. Ah, yeah. That would definitely be a problem area as well. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's like I said with Bat. I mean, that's see, I think I've got enough to sort of Here we go. Here we go. All right. You've played or attempted to play Omega Planet Invisible, a follow-up to Mandragore, completely inscrutable, but it had a space kangaroo. What was it, like Mandragore in space? Amazing. I'm gonna buy another scroll here. That's awesome. I like that a lot. I like the sound of that a whole lot. I didn't get that hard. I've got to find another, gotta find another tower. It's not, like, completely out of the way. Jeez. Oh, jeez, oh, jeez, get me out of here. Oh, jeez. Suddenly the snake room. Great. I think I lost my scrolls, too. Yeah. I have got to hit that parallel world with full health. I think I've handled. No. Well, Irem, maybe. It's not that bad, though. It's not that bad. This was 1986 after all, so they were trying some really heavy stuff that couldn't always be expressed by the Famicom. Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, they were kind of basically improving on the formulas of Hydlide and like Dragon Slayer and yeah, exactly. But in a lot of ways, they were sort of expanding on, you know, what Falcom was doing and what TNESoft was doing. In a whole lot of ways, so, you know. I have a feeling that if this was made, some, like, even 5 to 10 years after, then it might actually have, you know, an imprint of, you know, roguelike aesthetics in it, or, you know, something along those same lines. Not to the exact letter that, like, the Mystery Dungeon games do, or, you know, even like Fatal Labyrinth or Dragon Crystal, but it would sort of play with a few of those concepts, I think. Yerk, how you doing? I mean, I don't think that was even on Lenar's radar or Irem's radar when this game, you know, came along. And then 2 years later, Irem would go on to co-produced The Guardian Legend with Compile, which is the greatest NES game of all time. Or it's 1A, 1B, it's a 1A, 1B with River City Ransom. Yes. Yeah, Gun Force. Gun Force, they were trying to make they were trying to do something, I don't know. They were trying to do something and it just didn't work with run and gun type stuff. I think that was run and gun, was it? Punch with vehicles, yeah. But Gun Force 2 would spawn Metal Slug. That would make up for the whole thing. Yeah. Also, how you doing, Policy? And Yo. I didn't say hi. Sorry about that. Anyway. Here we go. Bleh. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. Thanks for everybody that's sticking around on Chuba's raid. I appreciate it. Chuba's been a long time favorite, and I'm glad I was able to come back to streaming after about 4 years of health and everything, and he was still doing his thing. Yeah. I mean, it's the thing is that the most important aspect that you want to sort of correct in the game from the beginning is your health. Since it's easy to get your max health up, or relatively easy to get your max health up, with just maneuvering around and making sure you're sort of going to the right places. And then when you go to the dungeons and get to the shops, then you increase your defense. Let's see here. There's nothing there that I can use, really. That sword is just the sword that I have right now. Okay, so I'm going to use this bounding tower here. Or bounder tower. As a way to kind of farm money and farm my life back. I don't want to get that one because it's just going to send me to the next room above. I'm going to avoid the fire-breathing monsters down there. because I don't have great... Still don't have really great defense against the, against any of these types of enemies. I do, however, have just picked up a glove, which gives me a faster throwing speed. So, kind of strengthens my sword without actually strengthening my sword. There we go. Ah, yeah, it can be pretty when you're sort of trying to figure it out without like a lot of like you know, research and assistance and whatever of the man, or reading the manual even, because I mean even the manual says make maps. Got to make maps, and that's kind of where I sort of learned to make maps. So it wasn't necessarily where I really made them for everything. Not until like Wizardry for the NES. But yeah, I mean it was something where I was still back when I could, you know, feasibly put a map together and not and actually draw something out instead of having my hand get tired after 5 minutes of doing something. What's my... Okay, we're maxed out. Already need health. As long as I don't get too hit. Okay, just dodge these guys. Maybe grab one of these. There we go. And maybe I should not bother with the caveman. There we go. Nope. Okay. Jeez. Hey, there's more health. Or more max health. Alright, alright, alright. There we go. Oh, jeez. Still got a heart back. Alright. Okay. Well... Nope. Nope. I need to go in with full health. It's alright. You know what? I was thinking about something. Thinking about using one of the other dungeons to get stuff instead of one of the later ones that would be tougher. Find a... Where? Here we go. Here we go. Place I can use. Sure. Okay. Not even worry about money right now. There we go. Not worried about money, but I won't say no to money. Oh. Already messed me up on health. Is there something... Maybe... Oh, I see. Hold on. There we go. Maybe? Figure. That was a waste. That was a total waste. Sure. Oh, figure... I see what figure did. That wasn't a waste. Good. That was actually really useful. Saved my bacon. I'm gonna save that red drink. Ah. So I'm thinking we can get another figure, hold on to it until I go to that parallel zone, freeze up those bats, take them out. Sounds good to me. Gonna use this tower to build up my money. Go back, buy a figurine, or a couple of figures. Build up my money all over again. And we'll see. We'll see. What have I got? 49. So I need, like, roughly 180 for my plans. Nah, I'll let him go away, yeah. You got it. Excellent. Okay. What are we at now? 87. Not progressing on money so quickly. Nope. Doesn't matter, I'm already full on health for right now. Nope, can't get that. I could go all the way down. Nope. Yeah, we're just gonna use this method instead. Still. $124. I want to get at least 180. Small L's are worth 1, the stars are worth, I think, 5? Or the large coins. Well, I got away with that one, so I'll take advantage. $130. Oh. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Stop. not making any money off of these things. It's all winding up behind the door frame, so I would warp in the other room before I get any of that money. There we go. There we go. Very good. That worked out. Well, it's fine. I'll farm the tower again before I get out of here. Okay, good, good. Yeah, you probably you're probably like kind of parallel to where I am, because we had storms starting this morning, and they ended. They got it pretty intense about 8 o'clock or so, or 8 o'clock Central. So, and then they calmed down, so, yeah. Yeah, probably the same front, yeah. There we go, there we go. But I don't think anything was... I mean, I don't think anything in this part was, had a tornado attached to it, or a tornado watch or warning attached to it. Like northeast, central east Mississippi might have. I don't know. Here we go. Here we go. More of this. Oh, jeez. Okay, maybe I should just farm some more then. Again. What's going to happen is, as soon as I get to the screen transition from the tower to the parallel world, I'm going to try using the figure immediately. Seeing if that pays off. double our wallet. A little bit left on the health. Well, almost there. This should be it. Nope. What? Let's... Ow. Oh, jeez. There's something. Hold on. Alright, have a good night, Georgie Hamster. In a way, it's like... In a way, it does. Yeah. How you doing, Saber Viper? They're pretty deadly sometimes. They're pretty deadly. Especially in the parallel worlds, they're pretty serious. Maybe I can use these rooms to grind my health. Since the passageway to the portal in the or to the exit is pretty clear. I just need to get my health back to max. And I don't think I'm anywhere near a Bounder Tower at all. Yes. No. So you're the prince of this country, and you're kind of having this uneasy feeling, and you basically go to a lake, and then, basically a holy spirit comes out of the lake and says, the devil is building an army and constructing 7 towers with 7 bells. And you have to destroy all 7 towers and kill the devil. And then you remember a legend, and it's like, you know, only you can do this. It's pretty hardcore. And the text scroll at the beginning is really cool too. More or less, yeah. I mean, it's kind of tying back to an old legend. So you know how the things go with that. It's in the prophecy, exactly. It's the legend of Khan. It totally says that in the text scroll at the beginning too. Yeah, this game was going to be called Hell's Bells originally, but then Nintendo was like, no, you can't call it that. Or Nintendo of America was like, no, you can't call it that. Yeah. They were worried about they were worried about the government or Jerry Falwell or whatever saying just say no to Nintendo if they let Hell's Bells slip through. Oh, good. This area again. Okay, so the story is... Yeah. They would have beaten Sega to the punch. With that pun. Well... Oh my... Now, if they would have made Hell's Bells for the Master System, I don't think anybody would have cared. I mean, you know, Miracle Warriors. Miracle Warriors. They censored the cover, but left the final boss intact. Just straight up nudity at the end of a demon lady. Which, awesome. Thank you, Sega. Had so many questions after that. At 12 years old. Or whatever. Oh my. I think this is... I'm back on the same track that we were. Miracle Warriors was a neat game. It's also pretty inscrutable, though. Especially figuring out where to go next and things like that. we go. Oh no! I lost that heart. No. No, you don't. I just don't want to shoot the kid in jail there. You didn't do anything wrong. Vampire. Come on. There we go. There we go. I didn't get a heart. Gotta be careful with these sprites and the sprite gremlin as well. There we go. Get him, get him, get him, get him. Okay. The sprites can't really hurt me. They can knock me around though, and if I'm next to one of these edges, these unstable edges, they can knock me off. The sprite gremlins do damage. I don't know what actual names are in this one, except for the bounders. There we go. Got him. Cool. We're already in a good position. Come on. Come on. There we go. More health. Didn't get to the heart in time. That's okay. That's okay. Nope. There we go. We're still in a decent position with health. Okay, okay, okay. Now... Alright. Remember to do this now. No. What? Didn't work. It didn't work and we died. Wow. That was a ripoff. Oh. So I'll do this. Okay, the numbers still hurt a lot. Here we go. Go here. Grab a red drink. No. Go here. Grab another red drink. I should probably move out of the way of fire. To that health. It's my... I'm wondering if I should maybe just stockpile money until I have, like, just a whole bunch of red drink. There we go. You know what? This might be a good time for me to take a short break. Just to get up and stretch my legs a bit. But I'll be back in just a minute. Or 5.
What the hell was that? Oh my god. Okay. Shit.
Yeah. So that's the online key that is public now, so I don't mind letting it go on the screen while I'm putting it. Just got out of bed, so you're sleepy? Hey, always great to sleep in. Sleeping in's fantastic.
I don't want to use this stuff. I feel almost unstoppable at this point.
Holy cow. I am draining like crazy. Now this makes me just want to play Duke Nukem. 3D. Duke bonus grows. I need to focus. It's hard. We're talking about pinball, and I really like pinball.
The guy who's coming to conquer his daughter. He's not coming to conquer his daughter, but I meant Arturo is going to challenge the daughter of I'm dead. To save the Earth. And the way he does that is by taking off her top no, 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 no. Oh god. Oh god, what do you mean? Oh jeez. It looks like he got impaled by a tree.
What the fuck? Well, she did have the high ground.
Oh my god. DC is not a pug streamer, however, Big D is a cat streamer.
I don't like those little evasive movements of his. Oh dear. That's not good. Okay. That's really bad. That's actually super bad. Okay. Let's wait to get him though. Back up. Is he dead? No. God. This guy's insane. Ugh, okay, we're at full health. That's good. Crazy now. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know how you can possibly do this without the spear. Or the throwing spear, rather. Yes! Woo! We did it! Thank you.
I wanted to get rid of this part because it's kind of weird the way it's flowing, but I guess whatever. I guess. Here we go. This is where I live. I don't like that. I don't like the way that door is.
Hold on, can I oh, crap, you got him right in the butt. That was nice. Got a good pause there. And I'm dead. It's now I'm probably fully dead, right? Yeah, game over.
I hate this level. It's so badly designed. I mean, this entire game is though. It's so bad. I'll be so glad when I'm done with it. Not fun.
Alexa, is Pulse greasy?
Here's something I found on the web. According to itchcp.net, grade 3, circulatory failure manifested by rapid and weak pulse, narrowing of pulse pressure, 20 millimeters of mercury or less, hypotension, with the presence of cold, clammy skin and restlessness.
There you go. Good job, Alexa.
All right. All right, let's see here. check out some of the other towers to see if I can't get some of the other defensive items. Let's see here. There we go. I don't think I'm gonna be going back to that initial tower for a little while though, or the first tower there on the that I was trying to go to the parallel world, and I don't think I think I'm gonna be waiting until I tackle that again. Oh. There we go. Should probably not be like right next to the edge. There we go. Okay. Skip over there, get this flame, get this heart. This way. Nice. Okay, wound up in Tower 5. Or Dungeon 5. That's fine. That's just fine. There we go. I think with the heart pieces that I get from the towers, I can go up to 300. I guess so. I think so. that's my... You know what? Just move on from here then. Well... Just pushed right... Just pushed right out of the room. Alright, that's fine. Not really, but... Not letting me get back to that tower. There we go, there we go. Not even going that way again. We'll go south from there instead. $22. Oh. All right. Blobs are no problem. These things... No. 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 Let's see, one of those... One of these solo in a room, they're usually spitting fire as well. Oh, I guess I maxed out there. Well... Assist... I think I kind of dead-ended myself, but, it's fine. Screen wraps around. So I'll just take advantage of the shop and buy 4 of these red pops. And, what is this? Red crystal? I don't know what it does, but... You know what? see. Let's see for sure. Oh. That might be worth getting then. So what I'm gonna do is gonna go to this side. No, this way. And down. Avoid that guy. Avoid that guy. That's nothing. This is also nothing. Hey, this is an exit. Alright, cool, we're out of the dungeon. At least for now we are. And we got 4 potions, so, hopefully. Hopefully, this'll be... Alright, so I'm going down here. Not shoot the pixie. Ow! I already need to refill my health. So hopefully the flames here and the sprites here and the gremlins here, and that's a good start. Can help me out. There we go, there we go. we go. That's Tower 1. Hey, Flipsider. It's, it's coming along. I've been trying to brute force my way up the first tower, and I keep getting messed up by the parallel zones, so I think I'm trying to get these items out of order. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping in. Let's see here. 4. Well, I first played the game, like, just after I got an NES when I was a kid. Drew a couple of maps when I was a kid, but, didn't get them very detailed. Kind of came back to it about 10 years ago, and sort of figured out, kind of the flow of it over the course of a few days. And beat the game then. So this is my first time play. This is my second playthrough. First time playing it in 10 years, though. Nice. Yeah, I mean it's a really interesting designed game, especially considering what it was up against and who it was and what it was drawing influence from. I mean, specifically, it was, trying to improve on Hydlide and Dragon Slayer and Xanadu at the time. And it was kind of like, right after Legend of Zelda, right after Dragon Quest 1. And so it was trying to express all of this, like, Japanese PC-style stuff for the NES. And, I mean, it did a pretty good job of it, but then, some stuff just wasn't able to really translate, so that's where it gets part of its reputation from. But I've always thought it was a really cool game. Regardless, it's a fish! Oh no, didn't get to health in time. Let's see here. Hey, that's right. Spiders. There we go. But yeah, I mean, I do a lot of different kinds of RPGs though. Usually, last Friday, I finished Ravenloft Stone Prophet. Finished. Well, I spent 2 hours trying to get 2 mummies to fight each other, and then when I used the game-winning item, DOSBox crashed on me. And I tried this with multiple versions of DOSBox, and, well, it just wasn't happening. So, yeah. Boo. Alright. So we're gonna climb the tower a bit. There we go. Yeah, it was made by Dreamforge, who did the Summoning and Veil of Darkness and Minza Baranzan and Warwind. But they made 3 games after, and they did Dungeon Hack, which Dungeon Hack is still probably my favorite of their games, although Veil of Darkness is probably the best of their, probably the best of their, you know, RPGs besides Dungeon Hack, even though that's kind of more of an Eye of the Beholder mod. Let me see here. Over here. Over here. There we go. Got him. See, that's way more manageable. Okay, cool. All right. Hey. There we go. What did I get? What is it? Hyper armor. Yes, hyper armor. All right. There we go. Oh, now I'm gonna just leave. Just gonna walk out. Not off the top of my head, no. So I went from the leather armor to the hyper armor, so... Yeah, it's probably just a random shop in a dungeon or whatever somewhere, or maybe in one of the towers. Wow, really only 5 points off of the vampire. I'll take that. Yeah, I've noticed that too. Here we go. Okay. Let's see here. Where are we? Where am I going next? Going up to... Let's see here. We've already got... Right. Yeah, I figured there was some way of like a contingency plan for certain things. Way easier with the fast bats. However, there we go. Jeez. Nope. Trying not to kill the guy in jail. Made that mistake before. It's like one of the first things I remembered from this game. Was that if I kill a little, I kill a gremlin in jail, I get my money stolen. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. You know what? What do you think of it? Don't think I'm gonna go after this yet. Fact. Gonna drink another red potion. Like climb down the tower. I don't know why I went in there. Not ready for that. Ugh. Right. Ghost! Ghost! Oh. Well. I still got the hyper armor. I'm a really big fan of all these, all those demon face tiles. Well, sometimes it just happens that way. Yeah. There weren't really a lot of games that tried this sort of the kind of isometric approach at the time, either. I mean, other than maybe what? Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, the arcade game. Maybe Cycross. Although that was more of a shooter, but I guess the closest thing to this, like, aesthetically would be, like, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. And maybe, I don't know if you'd count it, but the original version of, Seiken Densetsu, the one that was going to be made for the disc system. Before that was canceled, that had the like a 3/4 view look. I am so fascinated by that after reading, after seeing it, the Famitsu issue with the preview for that. Like wondering, where did that go? Woody Poco? I think I've heard of that one. That's DB Soft, right? Yeah. Oh, jeez. Rip. Maybe I should just hang back and wait for the swarming things to come to me. Especially since I'll have enough for 2 whole potions. There we go. All right. Oh, jeez. All right. What? Strike a red drake. How much that even took off health-wise? There we go. There we go. I wanted to buy a third when I could. Oh no. Well, good. We ended up in the, this dungeon then. Which is just fine. I know this dungeon. At least I think I do. That's what I thought. Also, that's right, these towers are close enough to the 2 shops that I need, to 3 shops that I need. I can just grind these 2 towers here. Oh my god. 166. The fast flames don't do really much of anything now. There we go. Expensive. Ah. No. Medicine's too expensive there. I'm going this way. Jeez. Alright, never mind. Nope. Then. I think I know where I am. Snakes! Need them. Oh? Wow. I'm not going up. I know what's up there. I know it's all snakes. Nope. Nope. Oh no, these things, okay. Should probably find another room with Founder Tower. Nope. I'm not even sure where I'm at. Nope, 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 nope. No. No. Gosh. No. Absolutely. No. No. Oh well. Whatever. We still out of that dungeon. Alright. I got 63. I try to make about 90. So I have enough for potions. So I can buy 3 potions over here from the shop. We got it. $72. $75. Ah. Never mind. Right, back to 50 again. Dragon. Oh, nope. Come on. There we go. Got him. Hey, Sheba Slayer. Yeah, this is a fascinating game. One I've played a couple of times before. Only beaten it once, but that was about 10 years ago. But yeah, I played this when I was younger, and rented it a couple of times. Back when I had a reliable pipeline to a video store, more or less. That local video store that carried Nintendo cartridges all the time. Ah! Resident Evil 4. I like the original Resident Evil 4. The original GameCube version, but I don't know. I'm not... For some reason, I don't know. It's just, it's really weird that it's like the one Resident Evil game I really, really like is the one that I don't know if it really needs to be improved that much on. I mean, it looks nice, sure. Looks good with new graphics and 4K and whatever. At the same time, yeah, that's my thing. It's like they're trying, it's like... That's my thing. It's trying too hard to chase a certain aesthetic. Yeah. I mean, you know, I appreciate that a lot of people like it still, but, you know, like the remake still, and that more people are discovering that, you know, RE4 is a great game, but, you know, people should have bought GameCubes. More people should have bought GameCubes. Even the Wii version of Resident Evil 4 was really good, because it did really well with the, it did some really cool stuff with the Wiimote. And it felt good to play with the motion controls. Which, you know, doesn't always happen. In fact, it rarely happens when you bring a traditional game to sort of, you know, the motion control setup. Or, you know, a more traditional controller-based game. Do something that works with motion controls. But the Wii version of RE4 was great. Yeah. Yeah, they kinda... There we go. think the only one of the old tank control Resident Evils that I really got into was Code Veronica on the Dreamcast. That was largely because it took advantage of the controller better. Yeah, I couldn't get into a lot of the fixed camera view stuff, especially before dual analog really took off. I couldn't deal with that particular aspect of it, but yeah, I really liked how I think I like how the game's converted to the Dreamcast controller. At least the original games did. There we go. I've never really given 5 or 6 a shot, and 7 is just 7. I've 7 pushes some weird buttons for me as far as anxiety, I guess. But again, I don't know. It's like first-person horror does that to me a lot in general. Kratos, how you doing? Hope you're doing all right. Yeah, it's just it just ratchets my anxiety up really hard when I try to do first-person horror or anything. I mean, I can play other first-person games, like stayed up almost all night and starting to feel hungry. Yeah, you might want to remedy that. Doing a bit of Deadly Towers. I'm getting a bit befuddled by the item collection here, so I'm trying to take it steady, but I keep getting messed up by attempting to collect support items from shops and dungeons. So may as well just go all in on getting the important things. There we go. Excellent. That's my health at 159 out of 260. That works. That works. I mean, it works about as well as it's going to. We're gonna find... Gotta find the... What's next? I don't know what's next. I have no idea. Right, that was 5. There's 4. There we go. Jeez. Yeah. The only thing that I've done so far tonight with regards to software manipulation has been rewind, because I accidentally overwrote part of a password and messed myself up. But other than that, I haven't really used anything in the thing. Of course, I could have just paused the stream and gone back on the VOD to get that password, but yeah. This was just to save myself melting down, really. Oh my. But in the actual part of the gameplay, I'm not really using much of anything besides emergency stuff, and that's usually at the start of a life. Okay. Like after I had the password snafu, I just started subconsciously dropping save points whenever I start a new life, so just in case I mess up like that again. Yeah, I mean, it's not really too much of a pain to get through most of, places you need to, unless you have, like, some really unfair spawns. I can handle these ghosts, I can handle them. Got him. Got him. Alright. Ah. No, no, no. Oh, jeez. Jeez, jeez. No. Dang it. I can't handle those ghosts, I guess. we go. Oh. Thanks for not knocking me the other way. I think I could have gotten that, I think I could have gotten the treasure out of that parallel world if I was a little more careful. Kind of ran into that, with a bit of foolishness. Not a lot of preparation. Oh, jeez. Oh, I didn't mean to do this. Okay. Where am I? I don't know. No. No. Where? No. Okay, well, may as well. Ugh. Ah! Well, nope. I'm going back to get that. Alright, Achievement Slayer. Hope you get a good nap. Take care. Yeah, of course. Yeah, feel free to lurk, however. Good lurk and good sleep. Take care, Flipsider. Thank you for stopping in. Good chat about Deadly Towers. There we go. Oh, jeez. Don't go down. Don't even go. Yeah, no. That's because up the northwest of this room is our entrance. There we go. Eat. Oh. There we go. Here we go again. Alright, crossover. No, don't. Alright, there we go. What's my money at? You know what? I'm gonna go to Dungeon 9 again. Just to pick up some potions. And to max out my health. Yikes. Yoiks. Wait, the sprites weren't doing any damage, and now suddenly they're doing damage again? So weird. Okay. So nothing from here. Oof. Use this as a... regeneration room. Oh! There we go. Looking like 165. Nope. $176. $184. $197. Good gains there. $215. Well, I've got to do my healing stuff again, so, yikes! Here we go, here we go. $253. Cool. No. Get out of the way. Not this shop. Nope. Ow. Crap. There we go. Alright. 1 That's the exit. That's the exit. Good. 2 of them still unlocked. Hey. It's, you know, it's Deadly Towers. It's going alright, though. It's, you know, it's going better than one would expect. But, it's still pretty challenging. It's, you know, there's tricky things here and there all the time. How have you been, Helvetica Scenario? You're doing well. Okay, I need to buy some potions. Which is going to involve me shooting this blob, coming back in. Yeah, I beat this back about 10 years ago. And hadn't visited it since then, so I wanted to actually do something on the stream instead. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh, no, not the caveman. There we go. Trying out the Diablo 4 beta. How is that? I mean, I've got some wariness about it just because of how Diablo 3 turned out as more fun for me on console than on PC, but then there's, you know, the other stuff with that as well that I'm sort of hanging back on. But yeah, hopefully it's how are you liking it? There we go, back into the yeah. Well, it's like I played 3 on oh, you're playing it on PS5. Okay, so does it feel okay, interesting. I wouldn't know. Okay, so okay, all right. Like, one thing I haven't heard about is if the PC version of the beta adapts better to casual, more of the casual gaming thing that was sort of brought in with, I guess, with Diablo 3 on consoles. And kind of, you know, makes it more user-friendly with that, and more accessible with that, with regards to supporting controllers and supporting, you know, local multiplayer and things like that on PC. So I would have really loved for them to actually bring that over, but they never did for Diablo 3. But that never happened. So I don't know. Like I said. I'm not against the game turning more console friendly at all, but at the same time, I would like some of that, you know, brought over to the original platform. That's what I'm saying. Since the way that I play games has changed drastically in the last 20 to 30 years. And the way that people play games on computers has changed drastically in the last 20 years as well. So, yeah, I mean, as far as the ephemeral stuff about Diablo, Blizzard, whatever, that's my, or as far as apart from that, rather, That's my only real hope for Diablo 4. But cool that it's turned out well on consoles. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that... Yeah. Like, there's a right or wrong way to do sort of couch play UI on PC. And, like, I've been playing Titan Quests, and the adaptation on yeah, because they, like I said, they didn't have that at all for Diablo 3 even after the fact. And it felt really good to play it with a controller on PS4 and Switch. Diablo 3. So, I'm just like, well, there's no shame in bringing that over. But like I was saying, Titan Quest's console version was a bit weird to kind of approach. Oh, thank you for the follow. For some reason, my alerts are weird, but yeah, are doing weird things tonight. But yeah, my since last week I turned on anonymous follows just because I wanted to make this channel more lurk friendly as well. So yeah, thank you. If you want to lurk, that's cool. If you want to chat, that's also cool. Wait, I think I overshot my... Where is... Is it past this way? There it is. Okay, we're good, we're good. In fact, we're so good that we're gonna drink a potion. And two. Awesome. Ah, well. Oh well. Oh well. We're fine. Just gotta get the helmet. Ah. Nice. Okay. Yo! There we go. Oh. Right. I'm actually leaving this tower, so... Because I am... not ready for a boss fight yet. There we go. There we go. Got him. Got him. What's that? Okay, now. Leave this. There we go, there we go. Nice. So if I shoot two space tall monsters, basically humanoid monsters, in the head, they just keep walking. If I shoot them in the body, it stuns them. Good to know. Come on. There we go. All right. We're doing this one then. Oh, nope. Don't shoot the little guy in jail. Never shoot the little guy in jail. He's done no crimes, except be adorable. There we go. We're good. Let's get it. Drink a potion. Kill a ghost. Not get slimed. Not get batted. Oh ho ho! The parallel shot. It's mine. So good. There we are. Awesome. That's so good. Oh, jeez. Don't want to kill you, dude. There we go, there we go. Got him. Perfect. Alright. Art! Yeah, it's supposed to be a pixie, and if I kill any of those things... And this is one of the first things that I learned about Deadly Towers back when I played that when I was a kid. If I accidentally kill one of those things, they take all of my money. So... Basically, if you see something in jail in this game, it was falsely imprisoned. Because, you know, it's the actual devil running this castle, so obviously. There we go, there we go. I guess it's going to be... Oh, there we go. It's going to be down there, yes. Secret room. There we go. What is this? Magic mace. Huh. Awesome. Well, should maybe collect a few of these then. Well, I can't collect a few of these. Darn. Greed got me every time. Oh! There we go. And you know what? I think we're gonna... take care of our first boss. Hopefully. Ah, no, no, no. Oh, come on. Come on. I got him! Ah, I hate bit flashing. Yes. One bell down. So once I burn a bell, item shops. Once I burn one or two or three or four bells, item shops tend to change what they sell. So, there we go. Got him. Okay. Also, I think after a certain amount of bells are burned, the enemies on the ground get tougher too on the ramp up to the castle and the towers. Go. Got him. There we go. Uh-oh. I didn't want to go here. Oh god, yeah, there's like 4 sprites or whatever. Or 4 gremlin sprites. Okay, cool. Not that much of a headache, just, confusing. I'll explore that later. I probably could have used the, good song. Oh no. Well. Oh wait. Alright, here goes nothing. And I do mean nothing. Oh, jeez. Well... yeah, we're going back down again. I don't want to use that large ghost to, maybe get my health back in order. If it'll let me, which it won't. There we go. But I don't expect, oh my. I don't expect this one to go well. Nope. That's why I should have had that's why I should have had the, mace. So I think what I'm gonna do is burn the bell. Oh, you know what? There we go. Well, we tried with that. There we go. Okay, cool. Excellent. we go. No, this way. Go down. As long as I don't kill the pixie back there, it's fine. But if I do, then that's when. Oh. Okay, sure. I'll buy a thing. That was weird. Ooh, there we go. I think that's kind of what I'm going to be doing, though, is ramping up my money just so I can survive. However, first, I'm going to go burn that bell, see if it changes anything with the shops. There we go. Oh, nope. Ladder. Yeah. Okay. All right. So. Not here. Nope. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is use this as a place to make money. Ooh. $100. There we go. Got it. Blast him. There we go. Wait for it. There you go. It's 154. Thank you. $94. Trying to get to 250. $208. There we go. Should be the last trip in. 247. One more. No real damage. I took 2 hits and only took 8 points. There we go. Oh. This one. Down. What we got? It's a red X. Oh. Just get some more, with this. Oh. Okay, I see now. I see. All right, well. Solves that, I guess. Just endure, I guess. Whatever. There we go. Okay. Alright, we have 7 potions, I guess. Wow. There we go. Was it just me, or did I... bounce off of like 3 snakes and not take any damage? That was cool, I guess. Oh my, I'm gonna get up and stretch again. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, I think I lost my connection here. Did I? Hold on. I don't know what in the world is... Oh well.
Okay guys, next mission, have... sex and kill hooker after, take her money after. Okay.
So much energy, I can't hold it all.
I had to go to the middle thing.
It happens right here. It can happen right there with that goes. But I have to do something else to set it up. I don't know. Oh, you can kill this guy just by going slowly like that, and now it just takes 1 punch. So that's nice.
But let's turn the stream to late night run to buy a keyboard with a numpad. Yeah. Why? God damn it. DOS box. Key mapping file format. Anyone finds it, just edit something and force it to make an initial mapper file.
The big one that does not have the kids around it is something else. I'm just gonna call it Asshole Fish. I have a story for you guys. I had so this is actually a buddy's story. This is storyception a little bit. I'm gonna tell you guys a story of somebody telling me a story. So I had a buddy who he was telling me, he's like, you know, when I was a kid, I bought a dick fish from Meyer, and I would...
on. Come down the stairs. You know you want to come down the stairs. Let's go. Yes. I love that. It's like a slide. Purple, come on. Yes, I got them both. We got 8, y'all. I got too excited. Okay.
What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Why did I die? What the hell?
It's going down, there's more. We did it. I never reached PB by 6. PB. Oh, what? Yay! I did it. Yay!
Maybe Uchan did a reach around and pulled it from the other side, but that's a good point. I do not want to say reach around on stream ever again.
Hi, this is Andrew. Welcome to today. We're going to save Scum.
My tig old biddies logged me out of the stream. Yo. There's so much I want to say. Alright. Gotta tell your titties to calm down.
Oh my god! Oh my god, look at us go! We haven't hit a damn bat! We went all the way to the bottom!
I didn't expect that. I did not expect that. I thought we'd hit a bat. I thought we would magically hit a platform that we could not get to before.
That it was a team only box, I'm gonna be fucking.
Lady Kiana, is she here? No? Okay. She's gonna be sad she missed the DJ because I'm going to give my sword head.
It kind of looked like the banana hit the dummy there. And ow, you got me.
Arriesgada. No, jefe. La puta madre, Tony. ¿Por qué me hiciste eso? Pero, la puta madre, boludo. ¿Por qué no te dabas vuelta? ¿Qué mala suerte me trajiste, Tony. Anda cagada.
Nintendo being the best. Ah! Emil, why are you trying to scare me for?
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake!
I guess that's the last we'll see of him.
I don't want to jinx myself, but I feel almost unstoppable at this point.
Ladies and gentlemen of the curve of the jury, it's me, your sheriff. Alright. Y'all better come back now, you hear? Okay, I'm gonna talk about something real quick. Two things. One.
They can still target you and you don't know what is happening, so I need to be careful about that. And I need
That rat was coming for. They ratatouille me.
Okay, that means that more for that. What the fuck? That one.
There it is. Oh, that's the last one. The final one. Oh. Boom! We have it! That's it! We did it! Oh! Yes! Oh! Let me take a screenshot of that.
So he just teleports? Oh, yes! Oh, yes! Did you see that? They took their own folks out. Oh my god, he killed himself.
Did you see that? Wait a minute. That was hilarious. He got struck by lightning. It's like, yeah, you're here.
I'm gonna go 950. 950 power, 84 degrees. Let's see where this lands. 3, 2, 1. Kobe! Yo! Oh!
See us down. I promised you
see it would go down. Promise you.
Jump over, can I talk to? Say war is bad. Look at you! Look at you! Know what I mean?
It's actually really distracting to have to get through this conversation with poor Mike.
Look how much you fucking put on it, bro. Like, look at that.
Butter on that end. What are you eating about?
What are you eating then?
Alright.
Should be
Here you go, finish it. Actually pretty good. I haven't made a stronger vegetable.
All right. Hello again. It's time to get deadly in some towers. Once again, hey Cedric, how's it going? Let me think. What do I want to tackle next? It is super difficult, yeah. It is. Hey, Finkel, how's it going? Yeah, it has a lot going on, though. Like, as far as design and really cool, just really cool stuff all around as far as, being pretty innovative with how it's laid out. Let's see. Nice, I'm doing all right. I'm said working my way through some deadly towers. So this would be, hopefully I'll beat it tonight, but I'm gonna play it as long as I possibly can, so this might be going pretty late for me. I think I can. I've taken down one tower, I've got 6 more to go. I'm kind of figuring out which of these I'm going to take on next. But let's go for this one. Wait, no. This one. Yeah, this was one I played this when this was like one of the earliest NES games that I played. So it's like this and the Goonies 2 were, and Trojan were some of my first. And Zelda. And of course Super Mario. But I originally got the NES for Super Mario and Zelda, and the first game that I had after that was Goonies 2. And then, yeah, Goonies 2 is awesome. It's really good. It's another one that's kind of a proto-Metroidvania in a lot of ways. In fact, I think it came out after Metroid in Japan, I'm pretty sure. But, yeah, it was really... That was a really good game. I want to play that again someday. That's one I've beaten a few times. I think I played that more than I played Zelda, back in the, first few months of having it. Oh my. Nope. Went too far up. Gotta go this way. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, I did it. Nice. Routier, thank you for hanging out and take care. Have a good rest. So, we got the gauntlet. Now we can throw it faster than ever. Oh, that's good, that's good, that's good. Very good. Excellent. All right. Drink some potion. Death Bear. Got him. Death Bear. Love that. Death Bear is my favorite villain. Is my favorite boss. Just for being named Death Bear. Cocaine who? We're all about Death Bear now. Two towers down, 5 to go. There we go. There we go. Got it. Wait, not yet, not that. Yeah, exactly. I think I could probably take care of this bell as well. How are you doing, Culinary Disaster? Jeez. No. Oh, very good. How'd you like Ishin? I still haven't picked it up yet, but it's one that's on my list for later on. there we go. Oh, very awesome. So it's... so it gives you the marathon length Yakuza experience, huh? Oh, I can't wait. And how are you enjoying Death Stranding so far? That's I really enjoy a whole lot about that game. I think I've talked about this before, or we might have talked about this before. Yeah, it's one that I just keep coming back to. I haven't finished it just yet, but it's a real good game. Yeah. Like it pushes a lot of buttons in like the with like logistic systems and things like that that I'm just really into. And yeah, there's a lot going on with that narrative. It's interesting. I still haven't really... Yeah. Oh no. I collected the bell, and... Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I just... my thing is I just don't have any real... I don't know. As far as personal interactions, I don't know. There's been a lot of stuff that I've kind of dealt with over the years that, it's kind of driven me away from it for my personal health. So I guess I have kind of I guess I can kind of identify with a lot of that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as far as like personal interactions is like in basically doing, you know, doing things in person more or less. I think I might have lost that cup. Hold on. Yeah, I might have lost that cup. That's okay. That's alright. Oh, good. Things are ridiculous now because I picked up 3 bells. So I wasn't imagining things. Enemies do get tougher in certain areas. Yeah, no, that's definitely me too, but I don't know, it's like I had connections and then everything disconnected at a weird time, and kind of a time when I sort of lost a lot of things with my health as well, so at least a lot of you know, kind of stability with that, so yeah, I'm still sort of figuring that part out, but you know, I thought it was kind of an interesting game, even apart from, you know, all the everything that's made of it with regards to, you know. Yeah, really, it is. And I try to do my best to not, you know, sort of make sure that I maintain those as well, just because that's valuable to a lot of folks too. So. Let's see. I want to go that way. I'm kind of afraid of what's gonna happen to the enemies that are around once I get to 7 bells or whatever, or 6 bells. Because we just had all this stuff. Oh my gosh! It's like... Yeah, well, I just picked up my 3rd bell, and everything changed as far as the kinds of enemies I have to deal with and the spawns that come up. Like, it's very... It's feeling a little more pressured at this point, so... Sorry if I'm a little distracted. But I did at least pick up my gauntlet and a... Yeah, I'm not really worried about it. I lost an item that would get me 250 Lutter if I used it. But I'm not really worried because I know the good grind spots as far as money. First time I finished this game was 2013. And it took a few days for me to actually get through it. But I'd played it previously back around 1988. Oh, I forgot to... Maybe... Well, you know... He's got to kill the devil. Of course he's gonna be kind of... upset. He's about to become king, and he's got to do this whole thing where he has to kill the devil. extremely annoying busy work for him. Can't believe I gotta kill the devil on the eve of my coronation. Or crowning, or whatever. What is my money at? Okay, so what I'm doing is, there we go. I'm building up my funds and my health until I can max both of them out. Then I'll buy out the shop. I don't know. I have no idea at this point. Oh. Hey, Big D. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm actually a pretty big fan of this game. Not... Like, it's one that I figured out, and, yeah, no, it does. It's actually pretty good. As far as designs, and as far as world building and storytelling, and, just, like, how complex a lot of the concepts of the gameplay are, and yeah, it's a cool game. It was like my third or fourth game that I played when I got my NES growing up, and it was like after, yeah. It was along with the Goonies 2, and Trojan, and Mario, and Zelda, and Ghosts and Goblins as well. Yes, I love Crystalis. That's what on my list to revisit. Best Zelda clone ever. Way better than that great value Zelda Newtopia. Newtopia 1 and 2 are Zeldas that you'd buy at Bargain Hunt. Or Big Lots. I'm kind of hard on him just because my standards are pretty high for stuff that's Zelda-type games, but, and I really got annoyed at some of the physics mechanics in it, and some of the puzzles in too. But, you know, they're worth trying if you haven't. I don't think they're nearly as good as Crystallis or Fauria or I mean, you know, even the Guardian Legend counts as kind of a Zelda type game. And that's, I mean, the Guardian Legend is my favorite NES game of all time, so. But no, I mean, I would put like Crusader of Sinti or Soleil kind of above that as well. But Big D, have you played Golden Axe Warrior, the Master System game? It's not bad, actually. I mean, it is kind of, it is very much a Zelda knockoff, but mechanically, I'd say that feels better than Utopia. That's just me personally. You know, some folks like Utopia. I mean, Stealthy Golem is a big Utopia fan. So, you know, this is me talking trash. So, okay, I think we are done here with all this stuff. So. But I have very specific nerd complaints about it with regards to hitboxes and puzzles and blah 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 blah. What is this? Yeah. Well, it only really gets crapped on because of because of a video made about it. Oh, and Sean Baby. It's like two people that professionally talk trash about it. The music in this is great. This has a ton of good music in it. They were middling. But yeah. I think the problem was that people just didn't have a frame of reference for what this was versus other games, because this was kind of a thing that was expanding on Hydlide, which was by then like 2 years old, because Hydlide was 1984 originally, and also like Dragon Slayer and Xanadu for Japanese computers. Like, it was kind of trying to kind of bring a lot of that aspect of action adventure games to a Famicom at the time in 1986. So it wasn't like it was trying to be a Zelda clone or whatever, even though it came like 4 months after Zelda and 5 months after Dragon Quest. I think it was 4 months after Zelda. Hold on. When did this happen? This was December 20th, 1986. And Legend of Zelda was February 21, 1980. So this was almost a year after Zelda, like 10 months after Zelda. My mistake. I thought Zelda was like September or something like that of 86. But Dragon Quest was May 27th, 1986. So roughly 6.5 months after Dragon Quest. Alright. I get it mixed up because when I was reading Famitsu... Yeah. I mean, the weird isometric view, we were talking about this. Like, I think the only other game that was using it, 8 or 6, either 8 or 16-bit at the time, was Atari's Indiana Jones arcade game. Was the only thing with a similar viewpoint. The Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom game. And even that didn't look as, Oh, there's the second level shield. By the way. Lion shield. There we go. You know what? We're going to upgrade our shield. Since it's going to be a little while until we manage to get the other thing. Hey, there's the second level armor, I think. Who was asking about the second level armor? I think it was Flipside that was asking about this. Well, we just found it. Let me think. I mean, they're sort of, they're kind of magic circles. Some are activated and some aren't. And most of them take you nowhere, and some of them take you to shops. And one of them takes you to, an exit. I mean, you come in to each of these dungeons in a room with the magic circle. So they're kind of portals of various levels of activity or inactivity. What is this one? Well, if I get... Let's see here. We're gonna go back down here. Throw knives at these things. A little bit. What have I got? 92. $103. $125. $134. Hey, thank you for the follow. Sorry, my alert is kind of weird, messed up. So thank you so much. And I assumed I have anonymous follows on now because I wanted to sort of make this a little bit more of a lurk-friendly channel. So yeah, thank you again for the good luck. You're doing well. Oh! Yeah, it's just that I'd been in a number of... It's like, after following a lot of channels, it's like... I felt more... I didn't mind... You know, I don't mind at all when people call my name out. But when I'm in an alert-friendly channel with anonymous follows, I'm just like, yeah, I can just chill here. So, yeah. So sometimes I don't have the energy or the wherewithal, or sometimes I'm too anxious or whatever for actually talking to folks. But yeah, get it. Pretty much I'm just grinding money now. You know what? That's enough. Exactly. Social interaction. Okay. Here we go. Oh no! It's fine. Good on health, good on potions. Yeah, no. Like I keep saying, it's something that was sort of made as kind of an improvement on early like action RPGs for Japanese computers, stuff like Hide Lied in '84 and Dragon Slayer also in '84 and Xanadu. Yeah. The music does it. The kind of the viewpoint, the isometric point of view. Yeah, Hide Lied is not terrible, but it's also very primitive in a lot of ways. And I mean, without Hide Lied, you wouldn't have stuff like Ease. Yeah. Just absolutely sick barbarian art on the cover of the Deadly Towers box. But I have a feeling that if this came around 10 years, like they didn't have anything like Rogue or Hack or Larn in their viewport at all. But I think that if this game would have come around 10 years later, they definitely would have had, you know, some kind of a... They definitely would have looked at, like, roguelike mechanics for a lot of things in this. But yeah. Oh no, the opening theme is great. The text scroll... the text scroll theme is just awesome. But yeah, no, there's a lot of really cool stuff about this game. A lot of the tower themes are really good too. Oh no, what did I just buy? Oh no! Oh no! Well, here, hold 2 lion shields. Oh well, that's fine. Yeah, you gotta kind of really be into sort of this, you know, kind of this sort of thing. You gotta kind of meet the game on its own terms. Which this is kind of my second attempt at, or my second time. I'm aiming to beat this for the second time ever, is what I should say. Last time I beat this was back in 2012 or 2013. But I had played this first around 1988. Late 87, early 88. It was part of a group of my first 5 NES games. Along with like Super Mario, Legend of Zelda, Trojan, Goonies 2. Oh. Did I get both of those spells? No, I did not. Or here's another one. And I had Ghosts and Goblins in that mix as well, so. Yeah, alright. I think I'm ready for this. This is a jam. Fire boss. Not sure. I've beaten the Cold Killer. I've beaten the Death Bear, and I've beaten Great Wing. Oh, no, I have not beaten Great Wing. Yeah, I have. No, I haven't. I beat Wheeler. Yeah, no, I'm headed up to Great Burn now. Yeah, it's the giant bat. And even the outside area isn't really so bad. You just hear it a whole lot. And it's just really easy to get sick of it. Same with the, in some ways, same with the dungeon. Alright. Let's try this again. Yeah. You're not wrong, you know. That could be sort of an annoying thing to hear, especially if you hear it kind of often. I think I'm going to switch to the... I don't know. I kind of like this... What? Yeah, we are switching to the double shot. That works. There we go. Although honestly, I liked the wide a little bit more for coverage, really, but this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. When it actually targets something, it takes them out really quickly. Okay, so I just had to have enough health and enough firepower and armor to kind of endure that one. Didn't need the magic mace at all. I was a little worried because I accidentally used the magic mace to, too quickly, so I'm kind of freaking out about trying to get the best shield, but I'll sort it out when I sort it out. There we go. Yeah, this is good. Oh no. Oh, I made it! What? What is this? Dragon Slayer! Good stuff. Yeah, it's... Well, like a lot of Falcom games too. I mean, you look at Xanadu, you look at Dormancia, you look at Sorcerian. I mean, those had just impressive amounts of music as well. Yeah, I mean, not many. In '86, not too many. I mean, it was this and Dragon Quest for the most part. Yeah, oh. Yeah, I'm a huge Falcom fan, so... Especially the earlier stuff. But, they're great. They're great, nonetheless. Great burn! Well... Yeah, this was iconic. There we go. You got to see the fire boss die. Alright. Yeah. Oh, I love Legacy of the Wizard too, that's right. That had a lot of great music. Yeah, 4 is Sorcerian, or no, 4 is well, there's 6 Dragon Slayer games actually. One is let's see here. Yeah, there's 6 of them. Oh, Sorcerian is number 5. I'm sorry. But, total, it goes Dragon Slayer, Xanadu, and then, yeah, Legacy of the Wizard's 4, yeah. Romancia is 3, Sorcerian is 5, Legend of Heroes is, the first Legend of Heroes games is 6, and Lord Monarch is 7. Oh no, there's also the Legend of Xanadu, which kind of gets overlooked, and even I forgot it. And Lord Monarch. Alright, Big D. You get some good rest. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. So there's 8 in total. The first 2 were Dragon Slayer connected. And then it spun off into its own series after those 2. Pretty much everything starting with, gosh, can't even remember the name of what the first one was that kind of kicked that off. Yeah, Prophecy of the Moonlight Witch was the first Dragon Slayer to kind of be set apart from the dragons. That was the first Legend of Heroes to be set apart from Dragon Slayer, and that was I think that was PC 98 originally. Yeah, it was PC 98, and then it got re-released on the Saturn, PlayStation, and Windows. And then the first English port of it was for the PlayStation Portable. Or the first English remake of it was for the PSP. I think I can probably... Secret Agent Bondi. How's it going? It's pretty good. Oh, this is... I like this line a lot. This is so good. This song. Here we go. Just have to be tougher. Just have to be tougher than everybody else. Now I got the divine armor. Oh no, I got pushed back in. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, it's a game I like a lot, actually. I get a lot of I have a lot of fondness for nostalgia-wise, and it was a fun game to figure out when I finally did figure it out. It gets a bad rap, and it deserves better. There we go. I think we got it. We're here. We got this. All right. We're in the tower. We're in the tower. Make this happen. There we go. This would be boss number 5. So I just had 2 more bosses left. And then the final boss. There we go. There we go. Got it. Beat plant! We beat plant! That's right. We beat plant. That's right. Oh my. Come on now. We're gonna probably have to go back to the 9th dungeon again. Build up our wallet. Buy more potions. It's fine. It's totally fine. Don't shoot me! Never shoot those little guys. They're just little guys. They're different games altogether. Like Xanadu is a lot more of a simplistic game, gameplay-wise. I mean, it's still a side-scrolling platformer. It's almost like a single. It's almost a little like a Sorcerian or like a kind of the Legacy of the Wizard perspective. In fact, Xanadu is a different kind of plays differently as well, largely because it was reprogrammed by Hudson. They kind of share. I think they kind of share a similar universe. Yeah. But at the same time, yeah, it's a different. But it's a different game altogether. This is, I'm gonna hold off on this one. Oh, no. Like some of the story concepts were kind of written as kind of connected to the Xanadu series, but as far as design, as far as the game design goes, and the, everything else about it, that's pretty solidly Hudson Soft's work. Like, let me see here what I can to explain what Fact Xanadu is in connection to Xanadu. Hold on a second. Yeah, I mean, it's basically like a side story, technically, of the actual Xanadu lore. And the Jun Chikuma, who did the music for Bomberman, was the sound composer for that one. Yeah. Let's see, what do I have left? I have... I think this is where... So I've got these two dungeons. Oh, we're really making progress. However, you know what? I got plenty of potions. I could probably do this. especially considering how armored I am. Yeah. Yeah, no. This is a tough area, and the other one that I was in apparently has probably the most brutal boss in the game, or one of them. Where's the... you lose basically all your items and all but 50 letter. And your hit points go down to 100, but your max stays the same and your equipment stays the same. There we go. But yeah, it's preferable not to die in the game. You know, there's, you know. I got knocked around too much. But I'm not taking so much damage from these dang bats anymore. Because I used to take tons of damage from the bats, so... since I upgraded the armor, don't really have to worry. Only if I'm not careful with, like, unstable ledges and things like that. $299, there we go. I think that's health max. Like, that's max health max. I'll know if I touch another one of those art pieces then. But I'm pretty sure that's my best, that's as good as it's gonna get for health. Great wings. You got wings. Wings down. Yeah. There we go, there we go. No big deal. No big deal. There we go. Now, the one I'm really fearful for is coming up. However, there's something I want to check out. There. Going up. Go all the way over. Into the parallel zone. I just want to see if there's something item-wise that I'm missing. I know how to get back if I need to. There's no flame in this parallel zone. There's no flame at all! Alright, well... I just wanted to explore to make sure I wasn't, missing something. Where's the... there he goes. Oh, there's two left. Wait. There's two? Oh, now there's snakes. We got snakes. The big guns are out. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Hey. Yeah, there it is. $2.99. Can't get any better than that. Got him! Alright. Hardest boss in the game. I was hit like 4 times. Twice, but I had 2, like, juggle hits, I guess. Yeah, 2 points of contact, but I had a couple of juggle hits. That seems like that was the case. Yeah, that was some big health loss. It'll be fine. Yeah, that's why I saved, I had memories of the centipede, and that's why I saved it for last. At least as far as the towers go. Also, I guess these snakes must be, like, the desperation troops. But... I'm maxed out on money too, so... There we go. There we go. Alright. Well, time for the long walk back. Or is it? Second. Is it? Green scroll, that's what I thought. So let me go ahead and... No, can't do that yet. So what I'm going to do... Just buy a couple more potions. There we are. Alright. Hey! 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 It's pretty useful. Yeah, that's one of those tricks that I learned the first time I played through this. Aha! Splendor! Got him. Oh yes! My favorite of the boss rush. I should maybe do that. Oh. That didn't work. Generated. That's okay, though. That's okay. Other than losing that blue necklace. Ouch. Ouch. I don't think so. I don't think it's necessary, but it's nice to have. Yeah, it's like a... It's like an invincibility scroll, more or less. But... Well... Yeah. I mean, the thing is that this mostly has the reputation it does because of AVGN and Sean Baby. But it's not that bad of a game. This is NES. This is like 1986 NES. Yeah, and Simon's Quest. Simon's Quest, for that matter. You can put that in the same category. Yeah. Oh no. What? I thought this was a store. Yeah. Well, Metroid kind of escaped by, you know, kind of iterating on you know, or kind of originating a thing that sort of, you know. Yeah, yeah. Metroid has like such an overwhelming place in history as far as like game design goes that it probably won't be touched. Or if it would, then it would be like Mario 3 is kind of a softball, but I don't know. There we go. So I never really, yeah, I didn't have boss marbles. See, I need to find a... I need to find... Oh... Malamute. How are you? Thank you for the raid. My alerts are acting funky because I don't know what.
It rated the stream with 2 viewers.
But yeah, thank you. Hope you're what kind of Amstrad stuff did you get into tonight? What was in Amstrad Action Issue 6, Part 2? Sports stuff. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Oh, on mobile, the chat covers the rights. Huh. Okay, yeah. Well, I didn't know that. A tennis game which is much too hard on the easiest level. I died during the boss rush. And so I'm trying to fight my way back through. Yeah, I think if my alerts keep acting up like this, tomorrow, I think one of my weekend projects is going to be moving my alerts and a number of other things to mix it up. Because I've been delaying learning that thing for a long time, and I need to untether my stuff from Stream Elements. If I possibly can. There we go. Weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it lately. I think this is... I'm pretty sure the first time I beat this, it was without the invincibility thing. But no, I think my alternative to that is probably just going to be picking up as many of the potions as I can. Trying to find out where where the best potions are sold. And get over that way. And just grind for money until I can fill up my inventory with that stuff. I think that's what I did the first time. Because I never did find the blue necklace. There we go. Guess I could shred through those things. Maybe... Oh no. What did I just buy? I bought a bad helmet. Well. Oh no! I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. We're gonna start back from the we're gonna start back from when I always have emergency saves at the beginning of my life. Always. Always. I'm not gonna mess up and use a... Yeah, I hit the wrong button! Oh my god! That's why I keep emergency saves. Well, it's like I had to rewind, because I overwrote part of my password early on. And, yeah, that was like, yeah, from here on, I guess I didn't want to use any emergency saves at all. For this one, at least. But, yeah, okay. Well, you know what? We're gonna... Oops, I bought the shop. Where can I, I don't know. The real boss of the game is the interface, yes. Well... Yeah. You know, fighting against the camera. It's the sort of thing that happens. There's one thing I could do. Let's see here. Deadly buttons. Yeah. Like any 3D N64 game. Like any 3D third-person N64 game. Fighting against the camera. Tale as old as time. Jeez, it's just like bouncers. We're gonna use this then. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I found that game so unplayable, largely because of the cameras. And like when the hacks came out, like when the hacks came out for it, it was a little better, but I'd already had the bad taste in my mouth. I was super late in getting an N64 in the first place, just because, you know, Nintendo kind of abandoned a lot of RPG stuff, and, you know, they didn't really have much of anything that I really wanted at the time. It's like, I got hooked on RPGs on the NES and the Super NES, and then all of a sudden, all of them, yeah, it had Ogre Battle, sure, and Quest 60. No. It had Ogre Battle. Yeah, I mean, I guess Paper Mario counts, but I was... yeah. Quest 60, yeah, too. I liked the thing is that if I wanted to play if I wanted to play Gauntlet Legends and Gauntlet Seven Sorrows, Gauntlet Dark Legacy, I'd play them on the Dreamcast. So, yeah, I didn't get one until 2000 when I won one from my from when I worked at a Blockbuster Video, and I won a sales competition. They gave me the demo unit with Pokemon Snap. And then after that, I just picked up I picked up the Asmodee wrestling games and Jet Force Gemini. And eventually I got a used copy of Beetle Adventure Racing. And that was like, yeah, that's all I need. Because I'd tried a few other things, but I just couldn't get into them. Yeah, see, I had already had a computer by that time that could play first-person shooters, so it's like, it's Gauntlet, the Gauntlet reboots from the late 90s, Gauntlet Legends and Gauntlet Dark Legacy, or I think it was Dark Legacy. Seven Sorrows was the later one that they got Josh Sawyer and John Romero to do work for them. Yeah, there were two of them that were for N64, PlayStation, and Dreamcast. And then they did a third one for PlayStation 2 and Xbox 360. And it was going to be for GameCube. And they had Josh Sawyer and John Romero working for them, doing some design stuff. And then they got rid of them. and cut all their work. For whatever reason. Yeah, this was the Magicka Gauntlet was 2015, 2014, I think. I kind of bounced off of that, unfortunately. I wish it had. It felt like it should have had more RPG if it was coming from the Magicka folks. Ah. But yeah. Yeah, Gauntlet Legends was the arcade game where you could basically port your characters from the arcade machine to the home system with passwords. And it was honestly a pretty cool concept. But I really liked the Gauntlet Legends and Dark Legacy, but I especially liked the Dreamcast versions. Alright. Yeah. It's like they were trying all these kind of convergence things. Like everybody was doing it. Atari was doing it, or Midway Atari. Konami was doing it. Sega was thinking about doing it, or trying to do it with a couple of things. But most of their efforts were kind of in Japan with that. And the thing that they brought over to the US, they never really followed up on. Because they brought over Derby Owners Club. And that had physical cards that you could kind of take around to different locations with the... Yeah, I think they did something with Ferrari F355 Challenge, the Ferrari racing game in Sega GT. Oh no, what did I buy now? The green necklace. What is this? What is this? I did it again. Oh no. Yeah. Well. Did this again. I cannot believe I did this again. But yeah, they had a horse racing game, an 8-player horse racing game. I know! I'll be able to get my stuff back. You know what? Let's go ahead and use this. Oh, you know what? Actually, that wasn't that bad. That was, not so bad, but still, I needed to, needed to not buy the green necklace. There we go. There we go. What do we got? 221. Yeah. Now we have QR codes to scan instead, yeah? Yeah, that's true, but it's like they tried, this is like the second wave of trying to make QR codes a thing. But, you know. All right. This way. Ah. Blue drink. Blue drink. Blue drink. All right, now I need to just find another place to, not die. Six. Just keep doing this. There we go. Yeah, exactly. $100. Yeah. Well. All right. Just a few more of these. I'll be able to buy some more potions. Not afraid. Not afraid of these things. Now, time to do this again. Got him. Got him. Nope, nope. I'll grab 2 more. These blue potions. Hopefully. This will offset, hopefully having these will offset the not having the blue necklace. If not, oh well. We're digging through passwords. Or something, I don't know. I don't know if it'll even help me. Yeah, yeah. $162, okay, so we're getting there, we're getting there. $187, we're getting there, we're getting there. 188 or 89, I don't know. 200. There we go. Whatever, we got knocked around. What? What? Where is this? Where? What? Hold on. Okay, cool. I'll take it. That was strange, though. Kind of wound up in a place that we shouldn't have. But it's fine. It's fine! So we gotta do this again. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, hey. Hey! Okay, well, you know what? New tactics, new game plan. Come on. Hey, Apple, how's it going? I am, grinding away at, some money here in Deadly Towers before I take on the final boss. How have you been? Oh, I think that's... That might be everything there. All right. We got the magic mace now. It gets played sometimes on I guess Cusa Grande once in a while. Or but yeah. But no, it's not really, honestly, it's not really a bad game at all. It's just got really weird design considering when it came out and, you know, what it was trying to communicate and a lot of things, really. But honestly, it's kind of a neat game. Oh yeah, there's healing items, there's upgrades, there's all sorts of things. I mean, all this are full health potions. And that's basically an orbiting fireball. However, when you use that orbiting fireball, you can't use your weapon. So there's a drawback. that's just something that I picked up just to try out a thing or two. I'm kind of not really sure where am at the moment, though. I'm gonna find my way to this the end of this the end of the dungeon here. I think this might be it. There we go. That's good. Alright, now let's get out of here. Dragon! Alright. Let me, I'm gonna heal up, actually. And I'm going to probably... You know, I said I didn't want to save Scum, but I'm probably gonna drop a thing at the ad before this, just to help me formulate strategies. I mean, you know. We're almost done, so... And the easy way isn't really available to us anymore. Unless we game Genie. Or the legitimate easy way isn't really available to us. Okay. I wonder if I can use the whole thing, the thing that lets me reopen towers up with going back and forth between parallel worlds to get another blue necklace. If it's just gone. Anyway. Alright, here we go. Oh! Yeah, that's not gonna work. There we go. Got him. Okay. I didn't even need to reload. I just had to, I just had to have a few potions. Every bell is dead! We killed all the bells in the world. All of them. All of them are gone. The hard and bitter battle has finally reached its end. Starring tiredly as Rubus's destroyed castle, Prince Meyer felt his victory and fulfilled the promise of peace over the kingdom. His heart suddenly filled with a wondrous feeling. Looking up towards heaven, he heard a voice from far above, the same one that he had heard earlier by the lake. My name is Khan, Prince Maya. You have done a great deed in defeating the Devil of Darkness. This brings an end to the age of stone and copper. Peace will prosper in the kingdom. At once, the prince returned to give the message of the victory to the king. The following day, he succeeded to the throne, being praised as the King of Light by the people. The peace and prosperity of the kingdom continued for about 1,000 years until the coming of the Iron Age and the revival of the Devil of Darkness. Hey, so they set up a sequel. We never got the sequel. We never got Deadly Towers 2. 1,000 years later. We should have got Deadly Towers 2, but with guns. Peaceful. Wait, hold on. Deadlier Towers, this time with guns. He succeeded at the throne, and peace will prosper in the future. I want to make a sequel with Deadly Towers, but with guns. Deadly Towers 14. Deadly Towers 40K. Mr. J. Wink. Hey, finally. Finally, Prince Meyer's smiling. Mr. Brave Bull. Assistant interventions. Yak production. Yaks you. Amazing. Mr. Mahavishnu? Yeah, this was good. This was fun. This was a good time. Deadly Towers by Bird Run Software. Well, kinda. Playing and programmed by Lennar. For reference. Well, they'll want it when they see it. You are victorious. This story is over. See you next time. It's good stuff. So Lennar also did Bird Week, which was an early NES game. But this was, yeah, maybe. But this company, Lennar, is interesting. Because Junichi Mizutari from Namco founded the company, and he worked on a number of things, including the music for. He was a sound programmer for Namco, and he worked on Tower of Draga. He did the music for Tower of Draga. And he founded the company that developed this. And so that explains a little bit about when Duke Donuts talks about this being a Draga type game. There is a tangible connection between this and Tower Draga. But another cool thing is they also did a game that was going to be brought over as Battlefields of Napoleon Sinki. And they also did Magna Brabant, a Super NES JRPG that was really well done. And they also did Gunman's Proof, which was an awesome late Super Famicom game. Gunpul. So, you know, they did some other stuff afterwards, but they never returned to this. And it's kind of a shame, honestly. Would have been kind of cool. Would have been kind of cool, honestly. Deadly Towers with guns. What about Deadly Towers but with guns? Anyway, I think that's gonna wrap it up. That's gonna wrap it up, I believe. Oh my. We got one. Thank y'all for being here tonight. Whether you were chatting or lurking, cashing this on the VOD. I'm just glad you're around. Let's see here. There's a few, and thank you to Chubo and Malamute for those raids tonight. Appreciate it. Thank you to all the new followers as well. Glad you were here, Abel. Let's see here. Oh, you know, I see that, looks like the Spider Cook is kind of hoping to wrap up, Disco Elysium on her stream, so yeah, I'll be back, around 10 p.m. US Central tonight with Shining in the Darkness. And I'm almost done with that one, too. So, maybe I'll have 2 victories in a row. Yeah, I think we're gonna go raid the Spider Cookie. Disco Elysium is a great game, and Spider's a great streamer. And thanks for being here, Space Operacopter. It's good to see y'all.